Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome back to another Monday on the Performium Wild SMP. Welcome back to the Menger Sponge. Welcome back to all the chiseled deep slate you will ever see in your life in one place. Ah. And welcome to a new week in November. It is November the 13th, Monday, November 13th, which puts me just that much closer to my next birthday. Right, let's go first person. Let's pull this out. So today, obviously, I'm going to be working on the Menger Sponge, and I have also got plans to talk about a number of things. Hold on, let me turn this down. It may not be excessively loud for you, but in my ears, that music is invasive. I will say invasive. There we go. So anyway, I have a number of things that I want to talk about over the course of today's stream. Some plans for some upcoming content, some discoveries, rediscoveries, realizations, and other things that are going to be going into some of the work that I'm going to be putting on my channel. And hope the next few hours will be diving into that whilst I build some more of this lovely monument, this Menger Sponge, this monolith, because it is made of one stone, just lots of copies of it. This mathematical wonder or blunder, however you want to look at it. Anyway, before I get into that, I would like to say thank you to the people who are able to help support my channel and make it so that I can do things that I otherwise would not be able to do, like the pending purchase of a replacement monitor because mine died, and doing this all on one screen is a bit of a nightmare. As a matter of fact, last second I had to remember to adjust my game screen size to fit the stream window size because I'm doing it over on this screen and I have to make it so I can see the chat. So I have to shrink the window down so it's not full screen, so I can play Minecraft and check the chat at the same time. So anyway, I am absolutely grateful for the support that people are able to help me with. I really wouldn't be able to do some of the things that I am so far doing and want to do with my channel. So absolutely thank you very warmly for all the help you can offer, especially to the people who are doing so right now through Patreon: Elmaze11, Zogma, Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and XBlaze Ninja Zero. Thank you guys ever so very much. And I really do mean it from the bottom of my dark, dark little heart. Let's see here. Also, where's the thing for that? There we go. Speaking of XBlaze Ninja Zero, thank you for summoning today's dad joke. When a pea drops off of his plate, a dad says, "Oh dear, I've peed on the table." See, that reminds me of a different sort of dad joke. Server came out after having brought the dinner out to the people at the steakhouse and said, how did you find your steak after the meal was over? And Dad says, well, I moved the peas and there it was. Anyway, let me put this here, and let's go over to Candy and do the same thing over there. Oh, I have to move over to here and paste. Boop. And back to wild ninja dust. Let's make it day. All the time. Let's make it, oh, always sunny in Wildadelphia. let's get out the first shulker of the day. Actually, I think I have some spare. Use these up first. It does feel good to be making more progress on this. I am glad that I have at least one project where I can sort of almost mindlessly work away on it. Oh, did I? Something feels a little off. No, FOV normal. I like the opportunity to have a task I can do that keeps me semi-engaged in one part of my brain so I can use the rest of my brain for doing other stuff. Very famously, Albert Einstein used the position as a teller or clerk or whatever at a patent office, and while he was just mind-numbingly filling out the paperwork, he was able to free his mind for other tasks in the background to mull things over. And I love little projects like this where I get to do the same sort of thing. I can just grind away at something that it has value and merit in and of itself, but it also is not so elaborate that I have to engage 100% of my brain to make sure that it's working. I definitely like this, and it means that I get to talk about just whatever comes to mind. And one of the things that comes to mind today is that I have absolutely come to the conclusion that the set of data packs that I really, really, really don't want to do without, that I must absolutely have with my New in Town expansion, other side, and other stuff like that, is not going to work multiplayer, at least unless I can figure out what is causing the tanking. It's got to be something in New in Town. It has to be. I also want to check this. 47 days. So 2 weeks. Anyway, I know that I can trim some of the fat out and make a still viable adventure world for doing a Patreon server without some of them, but the ones that I want to use for my own personal storyline and adventure series are prohibitive toward making everything work right. Now, a little background. I set in I set the server in a paper server, most recent paper server that there is for 1.20.2. I allocate 12 gigs of RAM to it. When I use it, it doesn't even break 7% of my CPU, so my CPU isn't the problem. It is almost exclusively some sort of tick loop in conjunction with garbage cleanup. And I have set variable after variable after variable for the variables you need for the most optimized server. Yes, if it's just going strictly vanilla with a handful of plugins, yes, these would work like a charm. But there's something about some of the larger data packs that are just sucking up the tick, and I, on a brand new world with nothing going on away from the ocean and away from jungles, I'm still getting at absolute best 17 or 18 ticks per second. And that's ridiculous. That's with nothing having been built. That's with no villages and AIs nearby. And that is even without the Bracken pack. Once I add the Bracken pack, it drops all the way down to, it cuts 10 ticks per second completely off. So I have no idea what's going on there. But once another computer joins on the network, this is just a local network, every person who joins drops the ticks per second by 5. The server runs perfectly okay without any tick lag when it's standalone, when no one has logged in. But as soon as I log in, it drops down significantly. Or I should say, as soon as I log in the overworld. And then as soon as another player, my wife's computer, logs in, it drops another 5 or so ticks per second. Also while in the overworld. If we're both in the end, it's fine. It's 20 ticks per second, smooth as butter. So there's something going on in the overworld that has to do with either New in Town or the expansion, because it doesn't happen until either one of those are installed. And I need both of them, for what I plan on doing. And I'd like to have the Bracken pack, but even on single player going on to a server, I get like at most 6, 7, or 8 ticks per second, and I just can't operate like that. I can deal with 17 or 18, but 6, not a chance. So Bracken pack is right out, and the dev for the Bracken pack has been getting all of my information, and they've been asking some very pointed questions, and they're finding out, well, it's not this, it must be something to do with this, so that at least narrows it down, but we don't know what yet. So they are working on it, but I don't think that it's going to help me much, because already with the New in Town and the expansion, it's already dropping my ticks per second. And I have confirmed after some testing that once I get a New in Town built in, anytime I'm near there, it also drops it by about 4 ticks per second for a one of everything town. So there's something going on in the overworld. There's a tick loop that's listening for something. It's gotta be. That is causing some huge tick droppage. And it's made it so that what I plan on doing with this series that I have begun outlining, I absolutely cannot do with a friend. Did I not? Oh, this doesn't get a torch yet. That gets the torch. torch doesn't happen until that layer right there. Okay. So a bummer there, but what it is teaching me is that I have I have some more refining to do if I want to make an adventure map for the server with like daily and repeated quests and that sort of thing, because I haven't even added the plugins for quests and NPCs and all that. What's it called? Well, there's quests, there's not quests, and there's also one where is it citizens or mine citizens or something like that, where I can turn effectively player skins into NPCs and animate them and give them quests to hand out. I'm very familiar with the quests plugin and interacting with this. I have literally hundreds of quests on my 111 server, so that's not going to be too much of a hassle setting it up. It's just I was really hoping to be able to get it to work with all these other dimensions. So bummer there, but it doesn't mean that I won't be able to, at the very least, do single player version of what my plan is. And what my plan is I have a renewed fervor in trying to finish the Refugee to Regent challenge. Refugee to Regent is a Minecraft challenge where it gives people something to do so that the people who are like, I'm bored, I don't know what to do, I don't know, build an empire. Oh, I hear you. Come on, again. More. There you go. Good job. You start off as a refugee. You don't have anything to your name. You have to grab some dirt and build a hut. Dirt or clay or mud or whatever. And GG. And then once you get enough stuff built up and you're secure enough, you can start using wood. And then once you get enough of the criteria for the wood stage, you can start using stone, and then iron, and then gold, and redstone, and lapis, and so on and so forth. And you advance through different stages, and as you are doing this, you build outlying towns that you also have to start building up into cities. And over time, you just build this vast interconnected empire of things that spans all over the map and all over the dimensions. And what I want to do is build my empire not only overworld and nether and end, but also in the other side, the Skulk dimension. I want to incorporate the deep slate and deep dark area of the map into the challenge, because this challenge was written long before the deep dark. The last inkling of any updated information was back in 2018. So I want to use the modern stuff in Minecraft in the challenge and figure out where it's best to go and also have the different stages incorporate the newer, let's call it tech and materials. And also, I want to have it make sense and keep pace with the New in Town, or I should say, have New in Town keep pace with it. And I had a number of plans for my initial city, and I realized that I want to just start off with the New in Town as my starting town and progress from there, and build all of my wacky ideas for cities as some of the outliers. Um, but I plan on compiling the information that I will need for the Refugee to Regent challenge and shuffling in where the different parts need to match for the data packs that I'm including the expansion, which goes into space. That's going to be after reaching the end. But interesting news with the Refugee to Regent challenge is if you go online, you do a search for the Refugee to Regent challenge, you will find the, I think, 2016 wiki, which has a lot of some of the newer stuff, but it was in the process of being rewritten, and the creator didn't finish it. They didn't keep up with it, they didn't finish it, and it has gone fallow. So it is a very empty wiki, and it really bothered me because there's really not a lot of information online. And then I remembered just yesterday in my Google Docs, because I had preserved the original challenge, I was able to get the Refugee to Regent stages and build guides and all that kind of stuff as individual text documents I downloaded after converting from HTML way back in the day. And I have the original challenge at my fingertips. Some of the new information does expand nicely onto the vibe of the previous challenge. And I'm going to have to spend a little bit of time merging the two together. But I'm also going to have to make sure that I have a good solid game plan for when and how I will be incorporating the New in Town stuff and the expansion stuff and all of the new up to 1.20 stuff. But I am very, very excited to begin this challenge because the last few times I have tried the Refugee to Regent challenge, I wasn't in a solo environment, and just the last 3 times that I've tried the challenge, I wasn't able to finish it because either the server that I was doing it on was no longer available, or the people that I was doing it with were no longer available, or the people I was doing it with and for just kind of stopped playing. And so combination of those left me just kind of for lack of a better term, depressed about it. And so I didn't really want to do anything more with it for the longest time. And then I was reminded of it and I got all excited and I thought, I want to do it solo. Because if it's solo, if I stop, that's my own fault. or technology has gotten in my way, like I no longer have internet or something like that. But I am going to do what I can to make the challenge as cohesive as possible so that it matches with all of the data packs, but also so that I can manage to incorporate the newer stuff in the game, like the deep dark and all that, or whatever it's called. Is it called the deep dark down there, the bottom half of the world, or is the deep dark one of those mods that's basically a mining dimension? I don't remember. I might be using the wrong term. Wrong term or not, you know what I mean. Down where this deep slate comes from. Never existed back when the challenge was originally proposed, and also, so far as I can tell, no one, and I mean no one who has published any of their content has gotten past, I think they've gotten 2, but not past the gold stage. And that's not even halfway through the challenge. I want to make an ongoing series of expanding the empire and using all of this stuff. And I might, if I possibly can, I might even incorporate transitioning between versions if there's compelling enough reason. We'll see. But for right now, I have just begun scratching the surface of merging the 2 sources of information together, and I have a little bit more testing to do with the new in town. I have 2 more dimensions to test on that, and then I will need to fully test the expansion and then other side. Then I have a couple other data packs that I want to mess with, including mechanization and this one called Starlight. Hold on, what's it called? Stardust Fragment. I have removed Tinker's Craft, so I can take this out of my notes. That. Oh, okay. All right. So save. Let's minimize this again. Keep it open. So that's one of the things that is going to be happening over the near future. All of this work that I've been doing with the data packs, even if I can't make all of it get used on a server, it's not going to waste. It is getting used. So I've been talking this whole time. How are you today? O thou bringers of chat. How was your weekend? How goes things? I pressed a button. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Slight adjustment to my screen. I have concerns that Cuddles is offline. Let's see here. Like, it says that she's online here, but here, let's see here. Whisper, Little, Cuddles, AFK. Trying to get to the boss on Idle Slayer once. Playing Fallout 4 over the weekend. Oh! How is your Fallout 4 experience? I presume that you're working toward beating it first without any mods or anything, so that you can enjoy and understand the game base, and then you're going to get into modding. I presume that that's what your plan is. That's usually the best bet. That way you know what sorts of things you want to mod. The current cell event, is that the fungus one? Or no, that's the deep sea one, the anglers. After you saved up enough cores to walk around in it. Nice. Bye. Huh. He came back in far enough to take fall damage on the ledge down below. Nice. Do you want to know what one single thing sent me into modding for Skyrim? What one thing made me decide I want to do Skyrim modding? It wasn't anything like the Legacy of the Dragonborn or getting more perks or shouts. It was turning off that stupid kill cam thing. I don't need to have a slow-mo of it either hitting or missing my target. I am not kidding when I say when it goes into kill cam, because you lose control of your character for that whole time. If you're in the middle of doing something big and, well, I don't know, you're getting blasted by lots of spells or getting hit by things, you can die whilst in that kill cam and you have nothing you can do about it. I have died at least 3 times for sure in that kill cam, which 3 times isn't a lot, but that's just dying. I've come close to dying several more times than that, and I have been moderately inconvenienced to the point where I'm frustrated way more times than that. Finding a mod that completely disables that stupid kill cam nonsense was the driving force behind me getting my first modding experience on Skyrim. Now, that's not to say I've not modded Elder Scrolls games before. I modded the heck out of Morrowind. Had little taverns and extra towns and tons more quests and player houses and all this other kind of stuff. I modded a lot of Morrowind. But what got me to decide to start modding Skyrim was getting rid of that stupid kill cam. I understand the reason cinematography is important. I understand the satisfaction, the dopamine rush of, haha, I got this. Kill. And instead of a trophy, you get a camera close up in slow motion of an arrow missing a goat. And while it misses the goat, you get chomped by a dragon. Just using random mobs as example. I guess missing the dragon and getting clobbered by a troll or whatever is more likely. But anyway, that is what got me into the modding for Skyrim. Speaking of Skyrim, over the weekend was 11/11. Skyrim was released on 11/11/11. And I have come to the conclusion that I miss playing Skyrim enough that I am going to, even if it means installing everything from scratch, I'm going to get all the mods that I have on yonder computer, the 300 or however many mods, and I'm going to get them on here because I want to play again. I may not pick up with that one character, especially if I can't get it to work exactly from the save file. I may just make a new character and just play for playing's sake. Just see where the wind blows me. But I have been having a hankering for playing some Skyrim. Oh, what did I do? My mouse went off. Oh, I grabbed that. Okay. I really need to get another monitor. Oh! So, very soon, as a matter of fact, let's find out when. 2023 Thanksgiving date is 23. So that means on the 24th, Black Friday begins. And then, let's see here, the 27th is going to be Cyber Monday. I am thinking that Cyber Monday, since I have to get a new monitor anyway, Cyber Monday, as much as I really don't want to participate in all of that nonsense, I would much rather get a cheaper monitor. Cheaper by price. And because the size of monitor that I need is typically smaller than most of the other ones that are probably going to be getting pushed heavy, I might be able to get a substantial deal on a replacement monitor. Because my monitor right here is, let me see here. The screen is, pull out the tape measure here. Screen is 19 inches. 20 inches if you count the frame, but I have enough space here on my desk that I could do a 21 inch, maybe a 22, but that's it. And I need to have another monitor because this is my poor ADHD addled brain can't just deal with this one screen. This is nightmare fuel. You have no idea all the different things that I've got going on right now on my screen, in window under window under window under window. I have so many things running all the time. It's crazy. And before this monitor broke, I was already contemplating getting a third monitor and, I don't know, putting it somewhere. Like, I don't know, strapping it down to the top of my filing cabinet or something, just so I had another screen that I could just drag things off to the side and have more desktop space for my ongoing things. But now I'm down to one monitor, which is progress in the opposite direction. So I'm gonna have to get a second monitor. And since Black Friday / Cyber Monday is imminent, that feels like the best time to do it. If I'm gonna have to get one anyway, I might as well. And this isn't like a frivolous, oh, I want a bigger TV thing. This is, I need a monitor, man. This is awful. It's like trying to write a manuscript with crayons. But yeah, the ammo swapping thing, I think that's not a bad idea. Making ammo have different rarities is interesting gameplay wise up to a point, but there should be a way for you to just manufacture ammo, and that should include disassembling old ammo, getting the components, crafting new ammo of different style to match the weapons that you're using. I think that that should just be native. I think that was just part of Fallout New Vegas being able to do that. So I don't see anything wrong with swapping out ammo types, taking what you're finding and converting it, especially if it's not a one-to-one. Like if there's loss, like you convert 3 of one to get 2 of another or something like that. I think that that's very fair if that's the sort of thing that they did with it. But even if it's one-to-one, I think it's justifiable. You should be able to make the ammo that you're using. I mean, you're almost steamrolled into building a town. You should be able to make some ammo, by my reckoning. So I would feel no qualms with what you're doing there. Oh yeah, I have a drink. Oops, oops, oops. Oh! More news on some of my channel plans. I am going to be making a video, not a stream, a video that is a sort of I guess it might as well also be considered ASMR. An ambient relaxing sound video that is a top-down view of an Enderman farm. Specifically, the Enderman farm that I built on my server, because I realized that it is aesthetically pleasing with ambient sound playing. And so I'm going to record it for some time, maybe an hour, and then bring it over to my editing software, make a nice little a loop cut, and I have downloaded about 15 to 20 different ambient sounds that I'm going to run through Audacity and make more suited toward what I'm trying to do. And then I'm going to make a 1-hour video that the loop, everything matches up nice as I can. And then I'm going to replicate it so that it is a 10-hour video. I have a thought, and that is I seem to remember that YouTube now natively has some video editing capabilities on the site, and it might be able to take a 1-hour upload and turn it into a 10-hour video. And if that's the case, then I'm going to take advantage of that. But this is a tool not just for me to be able to obviously get some more view time on my channel, because people set those 10-hour things and just set them to play and listen to them while they're doing homework or napping or whatever. But also, just like my World of Warcraft in Minecraft walking videos that I need to start using for my exercise bike again, I am constantly using ambient stuff while I'm sleeping to counteract the constant "ee" that lives in my ears. That way I can sleep more comfortably and not have to just listen to tinnitus all night long. And while it's nice to watch/listen to other people's content, I have a channel of my own There's no reason why I can't watch some of my own stuff. So I'm going to be doing that video, and I have a couple other ideas already in mind for some additional things like that. So I have just some ambient stuff that can fill the dead silence of the room, because just the sound of the fan isn't cutting it. So that's another thing that's going to appear on my channel. Oh, once you have a fan that's been running for a very long time, once you have it on, it's best to never turn it off unless you are mechanically inclined, because very often what will happen is the gunk that has gotten into the mechanism will prevent it from spinning ever again, even if you throw in some WD-40, because the gunk gets in and just clamps on. I extended the life of both a fan and a heater multiple times by being able to fully disassemble them, get the stuff out of them, and put them back together. Because, you know, dust, all this skin that we shed turns into dust and it just gets everywhere. And also, I have long hair and we have cats, and so, you know, stuff gets inside things. So I have learned that it is often a good idea not to turn off fans that have always been on, air quotes. Some of the sounds that I play while I'm sleeping do give me inspiration for story material in my dreams and when I reawaken. One is hold on. Let's bring up my history. is called Rainy Monster Infested Post-Apocalyptic City Ambience. It's quite the mouthful. But it has given me, let's say, some fascinating dreams. I think come January, speaking of fans, come January I need to pop open my computer and inspect my case fans, because they do attract all of the airflow and all the ionized particles, including all the dust and stuff. And I've worked on computers long enough to know that computer dust is just the grossest stuff in the world. It is at the same time dusty and oily. And when you realize it's almost all comprised of just leftover pieces of your skin, it starts getting very gross. Now, I did take some precautions, and the air intake area, I put a small filter set up in front of it, and I have been knocking that out from time to time. So it's not as bad as it could be. I mean, I've repaired computers that you open up the case and it is a solid mass of, I'll call it dust. I had a vacuum set aside just for dealing with computer dust at the shop. Particularly bad ones, I'd take out the back and blow them out first, out onto the back stoop of the shop, and then I'd take the rest out with the little mini vac. Because I don't want to be breathing people's dead skin. No, thank you. A pick, huh? Oh, I know that kind of fan. Now, I will say, with those kind of fans, you do have to be a little bit cautious. Once that central post or bearing or whatever gets skewed, it will want to tend to skew even after you fix it. So keep an eye out for that. It's probably going to work its way back into rubbing again. I had when I was a kid, I had a geranium crystal radio building kit that I could use to get some AM stations by wrapping some copper around uh, what was effectively a toilet paper roll tube, and then some creative wiring along with 2 alligator clamps. One went on a actually, I think they're both meant to go onto a battery, but I discovered that if I hooked one up to the base of my electric fan, my metal frame fan, and then I hooked the other one onto the frame itself, I could use my fan to power my radio, which now I know that that means that there was a bad ground somewhere, but back then I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I could use my fan to power a radio. It was great. Listen to the radio powered by my fan. I even had a joke that I was its biggest fan. But I come to think of it, I might still have that kit somewhere in one of my boxes. I'll have to look for that. That was a blast from the past. I loved doing little gadgets like that. I had a completely see-through alarm clock, completely see-through telephone, and I could completely disassemble the alarm clock and put it back together, and it would work just fine. I loved the inner workings of things and putting gadgets and gizmos together. I'm not surprised that I was able to just dive headfirst into being able to fix people's computers and build computers and fix laptops and stuff, but humble beginnings. Oh, when it comes to the nut not being tight, it doesn't matter how tight you make it. You would have to make it soldered in place for it not to rotate due to vibration. That's just going to happen. That's just what vibrations do. On some things, it's more annoying than others. I had a lawnmower where one of the butterfly nuts received so much vibration that it kept falling off. And the problem with this is the nut held on the wheel, and so the wheel would fall off while I was mowing. And so I would have to, after about 15 or 20 minutes of mowing, I would have to remember every once in a while to just stop everything I'm doing, retighten the butterfly nut, and then get back to mowing. And inevitably, I would get so into the task, I'd forget, it would fall off, and I would have to spend sometimes half an hour back tracing through everywhere I had been mowing recently to try to find the missing butterfly nut. It got to the point where I just carried a bunch of them in my pocket, and then on days that I wasn't mowing, I would just go through the yard with a not metal detector, but basically a magnet on a stick, and I would try to recover all of the nuts that I'd lost. Oops. So this weekend, apart from my examination of the Refugee to Regent documentation, I decided to just have a me weekend. I haven't set aside time for myself for a lot longer than I care to admit, and I recognized that I was starting to get more and more and more stressed again, to the point where I was starting to have to take more than one of my hydroxyzines every day. And I realized I'm not getting enough relaxation. I'm not resting. So I took a me weekend. One of the channels that I watch does this thing called the kill count. It takes a movie or whatever and tallies up all the deaths that happen in it and gives some statistics like deaths per minute and all that kind of stuff. And most of them are like Jason or Freddy or you know, the common kind of horror movie things. But recently they did one on a movie that I would say typifies the 1980s. And I was familiar with this movie because it came through the shop a couple of times when I was running the game shop. And it's called The Toxic Avenger. There were a number of Toxic Avenger movies, some merchandise, there was a cartoon TV series, but I was reminded that it existed and that I'd never actually managed to watch it despite having sold it because, well, we got it, we priced it, we saw it was valuable, we said, okay, let's sell this. Instead of keeping it in the store, we put it online, and it sold for a reasonable amount of money back then. But I managed to be able to watch it over the weekend, and it is every bit as terribly B-movie as you would expect from a low-budget 1980s, I will say horror movie, but it wasn't really horror. It was anti-hero movie with, I guess, some minor horror elements. The synopsis of it is dorky kid gets picked on, dorky kid falls into vat of toxic sludge, dorky kid transforms into the Toxic Avenger, who is out to stop all evil and has the mysterious knack for being able to just detect evil in people, and he punishes them. And it is every bit of corny and 80s hair and clothing that you would expect from 1984. It's terrible, it's great, it is B-movie. And I had forgotten how fun it is to just sit down with like a bowl of popcorn and enjoy a corny old movie like that. So that was one of the highlights of my weekend. I got to watch The Toxic Avenger. I will give a warning, a heads up. It is early 1980s. It is B-movie. So it's a bit fleshy. Which is to say, it's not for kids. Which is hilarious because it was perfectly acceptable back in the day. I never got to see it because I was in a, let's say, a very sheltered childhood. Anyway, let's see here. What other news? What other news? Oh, we had our first full-on freeze not too long ago. And what's left of the tomatillo plant that we have now looks like a collection of very sad green Christmas ornaments. And that means that I'm going to have to pull some stuff up out of the garden and toss in some fresh layers of dirt for next year. Mulch and dirt. But that's okay. Come on, come get me. Come on. Come on. There you go. There you go. Well, it was just after the freeze, and so they were still, let's use the word fresh generously. All right. Let's grab another drink here. Poured myself some coffee. Which means that, ooh, I forgot I put in some of that caramel flavor. Anyway, which means that probably okay, well, there was that. It made me sneeze. Sometimes coffee tricks my sinuses into thinking it's chocolate and makes me sneeze. Anyway, as I was saying, I'm probably sometime before the end of the stream going to have to vanish to make room for more coffee. Is, I suppose, the politest way of putting it. That's weird that it made me sneeze. Chocolate's the thing that makes me sneeze. Interesting. Uh, I don't know if it's absence with a C or absence with an S. That's one of those words that's always tricked me. So I will try to say a different word, but eh. Wait, they have 4K claims? So that means they had access to buying more claims with gems. They just only bought 1,000 claims, not 2,000. If they had bought the extra, if they had bought the extra 1,000 claims, they would still have a claim. Let's see here. Oh, at the start of the stream, I did go visit. It's day 47 at that one person's claim. That means 2 more weeks, and I will be taking it over unless they decide to be mean and renege on their deal and refresh their claim and never come back again for another 60 days. Doing that is one of the most awful things you can do, too. I mean, if it was just them refreshing their claim, that would be one thing. but I've interacted with them and they said that they would give it to me. So I'm going to hope that either they will forget about it and just let it unclaimed, or they will come on, unclaim it manually, and be done with it. I have to hope for the best in this human. But I'm bracing for the impact of disappointment. If you roast cocoa, grind it up, you can brew it in the same way that you can brew. Oh, I clicked on that thing again. In the same way that you can brew coffee or tea or anything else, you can make a brewed drink out of cocoa. But you think coffee is bitter? Wait till you try unmodified cocoa. It is more bitter than banana seeds. Not sour, just bitter. Ha 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 ha. A spoonful of cocoa powder. This is gonna be great. I regret everything. And then you have that little coughing fit where you become a volcano of brown smog. And that cocoa powder, that's still partly treated too. So that's slightly less bitter, well, it's significantly less bitter than just plain roasted cocoa beans. I haven't checked auction house for... Where's my thing? Oh, my alarm. Wait a minute. Auction house. This. Expired listings. Take that. There. Put my listing back up. To be fair, now whenever I see or hear "to be fair," my brain is going to Letterkenny it. Well, I mean, coffee doesn't smell that bitter either. But if you just take a spoonful of coffee grounds and put that in your mouth, you're gonna be miserable. Coffee grounds. That's right. Hello, Brianna. We're talking about unmodified coffee and or cocoa flavor. Yeah, there's some foods that you really can't judge by their smell. There's some that you can. Sauerkraut tastes just as bad as it smells. And anyone who says that they enjoy sauerkraut is a victim of gaslighting and needs to go through therapy. Just saying. Oh man, I had some good sauerkraut the other day. You liar! You can't fool me. Hot bean juice. Actually, it's not really beans, they're berries. If I remember correctly. Bean-like seeds. I like to joke that a mocha soy latte is a 3-bean soup broth, but really the only bean in there is the soy. Coffee isn't a bean, the cocoa isn't a bean. To be fully following the guidelines of the nomenclature. The real travesty is calling a vanilla bean a bean. There's no way that that is a bean. No one looks at that sort of shape and goes, that's a bean. But for lack of any other term, someone said, well, I mean, bean? It looks like a shriveled brown green bean. We call that a bean. No, the beans are the inside of the green bean. That's a pod. Strawberries aren't berries, but watermelons are. Tomatoes are berries. Raspberries aren't. That sort of knowledge, by the way, is part of the reason why I just absolutely love food theory. I already enjoyed watching game theory, and I was on the wall, or on the fence, I should say, about whether or not I was going to start watching food theory when they added that to their mix. And then I saw an episode where they were talking about the pedantry of is a hot dog a sandwich or whatever. And I realized I had found my people. I did not do this. Banana is a berry. Well, it's an herb berry. Banana is more of an herb. The plant is an the plant is an herb. The fruit is a berry. And if memory serves, bananas only bear fruit once in their lifetime. Sometimes they can come back a second year, but it's generally when they bear fruit, that's the end of that plant's life cycle. If I remember correctly. On the subject of bananas, ever since I was a small kid, I have always been, I won't say afraid, but cautious of bananas. I would eat bananas every day, don't get me wrong, but I was cautious of them because of all the stories of people finding spiders in them. And then during the time when I was running the computer shop, one of the owner's friends who ran a grocery store in the area had some sort of mishap where they ended up with like 5 times as many bananas as they actually ordered. And so they stopped by and asked if anyone wanted some bananas. I said, how many? They said, well, as many as you'd like, honestly. We have this many cases of bananas spare that we need to figure out what to do with. I said, cases of bananas? Okay. I'll take 2. 2 bananas? No, 2 cases. I'll take 2 whole cases of bananas. That made his eyes just light up. He was so happy. And then I said, there's no spiders in them or anything. There's no reason why you don't want to be just keeping them on the shelf. And they said, Spiders. Oh, we haven't had spiders in our bananas for a long time. And I went for a long time. 0 is the better answer. I'm less happy now that I know that 0 is not the answer here. But by myself, I went through one of those cases of bananas before it spoiled. And the other case I gave to my friend's mom, who turned it into like a bajillion instances of banana bread, from which I received several loaves of banana bread as thanks for the donation of bananas. So I guess technically I ate more than a case of bananas if you include the banana bread. I did turn one of the bunches of bananas into a set of banana and fudge sundaes, much to the jubilation of many of the people who spent time I should have done this in between part 2. I knew something looked a little funny. Yep. Okay. Yeah, okay. So that would be solid all the way down. That would be solid all... Okay, I know. Alright. It's better to not build enough because you can always build more. Zucchini bread is absolutely delicious. I love salted butter melted into nice warm zucchini bread. That is such a yummy treat. And similarly, I'm not a fan of zucchinis by themselves. But once you throw them into bread, ooh. Bread's a game changer for a lot of things, honestly. Ew, gross. Would you like this sourdough? No, please. What if I made it into bread? Yes, please. What? Oh. Oh, right. Okay, now I've filled it in all the way around. This is the layer that I thought I was on. Oh, also, additional news for uh, plans for different things for my channel. I am making a little bit more progress on the storyline for the series that I'm going to be uploading all at once as a sort of adventure story. And like I've done in the past, I'll leave it quite vague, but the story will have multiple endings based on what videos are watched and when. But I am making a little bit of headway on that. Not as fast as if I were to be focusing on just it, but I'm spending the majority of my time recently working on the data pack stuff. And the way I look at it is as long as I'm working on something where I am seeing measurable progress forward, I'm happy. And speaking of measurable progress forward, on that subject, I almost forgot. Let's come back over here. 1,978 subscribers on my YouTube. Last time I was heavily watching it, I was hovering around 1972. So I've gone up some. Gone down a couple, but that just happens. You go up and down. I'm not some big, massive YouTuber with a gigantic following. So the gain of even 10 is stupendous for me. And any step closer is happiness. I do want to lock this in place. There we go. Now I can't accidentally grab that and move it around. I don't know if it was noticeable at any point, but sometimes when my mouse loses focus on Minecraft and I'm trying to find where my mouse is, and I'll click, and I would grab the scrolling text bar at the top of the stream, and oh, here, let me unlock it again, and I would do this, and I would grab it and I would accidentally move it down. It's sort of in the middle of the window. And then I just remembered just a few moments ago, I can click on this little icon here that you don't see and lock it in place. And I can grab that as many times as I want and it's not going to budge. I'm very happy. All right. Yep. Here's Mr. Lancelot. Hey, it's Rye. And I'll take this. And 130 dust. Do I have enough to? No, I don't. Now I click on wild. And I go P time at noon and P weather clear, clar. And let me come over here really quick. And let me send a message here. Oh, okay. Bear with me. I have a trash phone. There we go. So you had a background music that you thought was awful? Or was there actually some sort of sound that you were hearing? Oops, oops. So I'm glad I was able to catch Letterkenny when I did. That and the Orville. Because it was basically the last few throws of THROES of the Hulu account I'm on, because the subscription was due to be paused, and I did not know that, and they had forgotten that. And I had gotten like a season and a couple episodes into Ash versus Evil Dead, or versus the Evil Dead. No, Ash versus Evil Dead. And I got some sort of error message, and I thought, uh-oh, something has broken with my internet. And I just assumed it was that, and then time went by, and I thought, okay, well, now that I've rebooted my computer because I needed to for trying to get my monitor set up to work again, I might as well try to watch another episode of that. And then this time, instead of the error message I was getting, it said that the account was paused, and that made a lot more sense. But now, instead of having the Orville as a dangling series that I have as an incomplete part of my life and brain, now it's Ash versus Evil Dead. But I'm very grateful to have been able to catch all of the Orville and all of Letterkenny. I effectively binge watched Letterkenny, and I'm glad to have done it. What a great show. I have heard some in the tech world. I have heard some people say that trying to do network printing from Discord directly um, is not always the best option. What you might want to do is send the file to like a Google Docs and print from that. That is the recommendation that I have garnered from all the different conversations I've been in. If you mean you're sending the file to Discord to then download to another computer and then print the actual file, then that should be fine. But if you're trying to print from Discord, it can be squirrely over, especially like a work network. Single computer networks and home networks are okay-ish, but larger networks do something funny with the Discord infrastructure, I guess. I don't pretend to understand exactly what's going on and why. Oh, yeah, the hot potato knife. Oh. What's the name of that game? Oh, that's going to bother me. The Orville hot potato game. Latchcum. What a great concept. That whole... I love it. As a matter of fact, there is one facet to how that show is dealing with subgroups that is so spot on for how Star Trek would have done it. And he is really honestly trying to make this a slightly realistic, slightly comedic version of a spiritual successor to Star Trek. And it just comes through. It is a very well done show. But one of the things that they do is they touch hot button topics. They are not afraid to wade into the pool and bring up subjects that make people uncomfortable and point out why doing the bigoted thing or whatever is just, it's inherently a bad idea. And when it comes to the Mocklin Society, the Mocklin all-male thing, they balanced it out with this other society, and it only showed up in just a few episodes, and I cannot remember the name of it. But this other society is entirely matriarchal, and it's like the counterbalance to the Mocklins as far as that's concerned. But the way McFarlane and company have approached all of those subjects and the way that they have dealt with those subjects is such a... It's not just humane, because that implies human. It is a... as close to, as far as I considered anyway, as close to an ideal universal response to those situations. and it likens back to, in the case of the Mocklin all male society and all that, it likens back to in Star Trek, the Ferengi society. And by the end of Deep Space Nine, just through exposure effect to all the other different cultures that were going through space and all that kind of stuff, the Ferengi were starting to realize, hey, wait a minute. Literally 50% of our population, all the females, that could be working towards helping our planet and our race get profit, they don't have any say in it. And even if they were to just do half as good a job as the males, then that's still that extra half as good that wasn't there without them helping. And the real icing on the cake was how the Grand Nagus was getting all of his financial advice and all of his business advice from Quark's mom? Was it his mom or his grandma? I think it was his mom. And I just love the way that they treated that whole situation in Star Trek. And Seth MacFarlane is doing his best to give those sorts of topics the treatment that they deserve. And I just love the show, especially because they do counteract some of the seriousness in just the right amount of balance with humorous events, not in the middle of the seriousness, but elsewhere in an episode where there is a lot of seriousness going on, they counteract it with just the right amount of humor, and I just love it. I love the Orville. It's a great show, and I said that Letterkenny's a great show too, and both are true, but for different reasons. On the subject of Star Trek, I have not seen, let's see here, other than I think 2 seasons of one show, and I don't remember which, and 1 season of another show. I have not seen anything since Enterprise. The one with Scott Bakula. And I have considered just getting trying to see if I could get a 1-month trial of Universal so that I could just watch all that I have missed of Star Trek and catch up. But I have come to the conclusion that if I am going to do something like that, if I'm going to invest, either spend money or set aside time for doing Star Trek. I don't want to have to cram it in and not actually get out of it the time that is deserving of a show like Star Trek. I don't want to binge watch it and not actually absorb what's going on. So I am very seriously considering hunting down full DVD sets of the show, even the stuff that I already have a digital copy of. That way I have an actual functioning DVD set of all of the stuff, because there are some things that are definitely worth spending some money on. But right now, my money needs to go toward two things: new computer monitor and a weighted blanket. Oh, speaking of series, my series that I am doing on my channel, the series I call The Sequence, is the progression on some of it is sort of on hold because it feels unclear as to what the fun pimps are going to be doing with the infrastructure of 7 Days to Die. And I have mentioned some of my dislike of what they are doing with the game already, but I have a number of different plans that hinge on certain aspects of that game remaining the way that they are, and I don't think that I will be able to have access to previous beta versions. So I'm going to have to slightly replan what I want to do with that part of the storyline, which drastically changes some of the rest of the storyline. Or I'm gonna have to just back burner it until I know better what's going on, and that's more likely what's going to happen, which is another part of the reason why I'm trying to push a little bit harder on the Refugee to Regent data pack series thing. That way I have something brewing all the time. I will say this: 7 Days to Die has been an adventure the whole way through. Quite the experience. One thing that did get my hopes up was they had included a means to do large-scale editing within the confines of the game. Like huge portions of the map, copy pasting, deleting. And I have plans to try to use that as one of the facets of the story of the sequence, but I have since heard that that may not be kept, and if it's not, then the time scale and the method that I would have to do some of the storytelling, that the part of the sequence that involves 7 Days to Die includes, I'm gonna have to completely redo everything. And if I do have to redo it in the way that I think I would have to, that means earlier and later in that series, I'm going to have to make some other changes to fit. So I'm kind of just holding my breath on it, on the 7 Days to Die thing. I hate that. I hate not having the stability of things like that. It really does feel like they just don't know what they want. They said, let's make a game. They didn't start with a vision. They started with, let's make a game about zombies. And like, they just sat at the table and said, well, we could make it be like Minecraft, only more Walking Dead. And they said, all right, great, let's run with that. And then all the way through, they've been asking, so how do we do it? Most games start with a vision. Here is the objective that I want. Whereas this game seems to be just a nebulous thought. Even Minecraft has had an ongoing vision for what they want the game to be. To the point where I am absolutely shocked that they are actively or are considering including an auto crafting option. Because auto crafting was one of the things that specifically Notch was very much against. It did not fit with what the game was meant to be. But I think that because of so many people relying on auto crafting for mods and stuff, I think that they recognize that this one thing that was part of the vision, that maybe the vision was incomplete. Because imagine if I could just set up just down here somewhere, set up a hopper to start taking cobbled deep slate and slowly crafting it into chiseled deep slate just on its own. Imagine how much less work that would be for me, for Cuddles. That would be phenomenal. And believe it or not, when it comes to needing huge amounts of supplies for things, I'm not really that much of an edge case. A lot of people just burn through tons of resources with building things. Oops. And a lot of the things that they build with are just the raw materials that you get from just digging it up. They don't bother smelting things down or cooking cobblestone into stone or whatever, or crafting special things. They just build with whatever's on hand, because it does take, once you start getting past a few thousand blocks, it starts taking an inordinate amount of time to convert one material into a different kind. It is an extraordinary percent of your time spent crafting that could otherwise be spent doing the building. What game is it you're talking about? Well, that's a great description. So now, what's the name? Torn City. I'm Torn. Wait, no, I'm Thorn. Torn City, huh? I will try to look into that. Here, let me add this to my text document. Enter, enter, enter. Torn City. Save. Man, I wish I could dark mode Notepad. It's even worse on this monitor. This monitor makes the white just super bright. At least on the other monitor, the OLED white was just kind of there. But on this monitor, sheesh. That is some bright light. Definitely not streamable. Is it not streamable because of age rating? Or is it not streamable just because it's a slow-paced text game or something? Because if it's because it's a text game, I was actually thinking of streaming back to back the original MUD for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and then the MUD for Zork. Just back to back. It's been so very long since I played either that I bet I can't play them without mistakes. And that will be part of the fun. Oh, okay. It's one of those where, okay. Progress is gated beyond the wall of time. That's the thing. I like to try to do, when possible, I like to try to do straight edge characters in games. So like, for instance, in Skyrim or Fallout or whatever, there are performance enhancers of potions, let's say. Let's say the word potions. And I tend not to use them because the game should be doable without them. And if it's not, then often I find myself not really enjoying those games anyway. But I will definitely look into it. There was a sort of a slow grind game that was, it had the vibe of an MMO, but not really. It's called Kingdom of Loathing, that I was introduced to, I don't know, 15 years ago probably. Text-based game. I became a pastamancer and a saucerer. Very weird game. One of my regulars at the shop saw me playing it one time and they said, "What is Kingdom of Floating?" And I had to look at my screen really hard to, because I knew it was Kingdom of Loathing, but then they filled my head with Kingdom of Floating, and suddenly I couldn't see Kingdom of Loathing anymore. And they just knocked me for a loop. It was great. I was also considering looking into starting some Dwarf Fortress, but then I realized just how enormously involved that game is, and it's not really that great for graphics. I mean, it's an ASCII-based game, so already that's a card in the wrong hand. But what I mean is, you can't really see what's going on. But there are other games that are sort of halfway between, like, say, Minecraft and Dwarf Fortress, where you can control your little minions and build the little towns and all that kind of stuff, that I think would be a nice happy medium. I have two of them in my library. One is called Gnomoria, as in little gnomes, and one is called Towns, both of which are games where you start off with a small group of little dudes. You say, hey, why don't you start chopping wood, and now that you've got wood, why don't you start building a shelter. Now that you've got shelter, why don't you start looking for food and slowly build a town and assign roles to the people who join or get born in the town or whatever. Interesting games, but I'm not sure. It's been long enough since I played them. I'm not sure how good the pacing would be for something like a stream. I seem to recall that you do get to a point where it's just you assign tasks and then wait. And I'm not sure how quickly that waiting portion appears. So I will have to vet those games for viability for my streams. They're fun. I like them. I've not completely 100%ed Towns yet. I don't remember if I have beaten Gnomoria, but I love the game types. Once I refamiliarize myself with them, it's just a lot of other things occupy my time, and I am starting to want to just lean heavy into Minecraft projects for my channel and spend less time on non-Minecraft stuff. Not no time, just less time. I have lots of things that I still want to do on my channel that's not Minecraft, but I already have a bunch of stuff. I don't want to add more until some of the other stuff goes through its cycle. Yep, that's right. Verania is the person that had me build them a castle, and then they had some sort of kerfluffle that happened with their claims, and then I wasn't able to finish the terraining under their castle, and then they stopped playing on here, and so I basically said, if they're not going to be on here, I have my own projects that I need to work on. I'll spend my time on my stuff. However, if they are going to be coming back on the regular, I will be happy to pick up and finish the terraining of their castle project. But that's only if. I've gotten 0 response from Cuddles I am thinking that today just might have been an early turn-in day. I don't have an easy way to check if the refuge is up. For all I know, maybe there's no power at her place right now. That does happen from time to time. And even though the server is on a universal power source backup thing, that's only meant to be able to run your system long enough to safely turn things off and or withstand a very brief power outage. But sometimes the power outages that she gets in her area, Dallas area, can be hit with some substantial duration power outages. Dallas, Fort Worth, Grand Prairie, that area. And then sometimes it's long enough that not only is she not able to have the access to the internet, but also her phone dies and she can't even charge her phone. Let me drink some drink. Ah, absolutely delicious coffee. I will say this, I am astonished at how good her internet is, and it's because of where she is in proximity to the main trunk lines and stuff. In addition to the fact that she was added to the system as a business line, because technically the services run for the network that her dad's system ran through, but it's not her business, but it's still, I guess, technically a business line, or it's still at that same level. And because of that, it's phenomenal internet. Last time the two of us did the Ookla speed test thing, her score was literally 1,500 times faster than mine. Why? Oh, that's one of those measuring things. Okay. And it's hard to fathom by me just saying 1,500 times faster. It's really hard to fathom what that means without some sort of perspective. So the perspective I would give is, let's say that you earn $1,000 a month, and then suddenly you are earning 1,500 times more than that. That means that you're earning over $1 million a month. That's the sort of scale that just 1,500 times is. Speaking of my internet, we have just found out that we may have been scammed by the salespeople at our internet service provider, who said that we had to have the home line bundled in. Like they couldn't get the our phones and the internet as a separate bundle without also including home phone. We haven't had an actual telephone in the house for 25 years. No need. We have cell phones. So, turns out, the last person he was talking to, my dad, when he was trying to figure out something on our plan, turns out they're hiking the prices on everything for everyone for lots of different things, and including the phone service. And the person gave the information that no, we don't need to. We've never needed to be on a bundle that included the phone. We didn't need to be paying for that for like the last 3 years. So, there's going to be a very stern conversation happening soonish. And the internet is already just not that great. I was able to get it configured and reinstalled some time ago, before I started streaming again, and it seems to be doing okay for the streaming. I've gone back and rewatched some of my streams, and I can see it and go, oh, that's not that great. I mean, it's passable. It is a stream for sure, but it's very sludgy. It's definitely not the resolution that it is on my end. Lots of blobbiness happening. So maybe we might be on the verge of getting better phone service for our cell phones and better internet as a result of the pending conversations. Yeah, I've gone back and rewatched my own live streams sometimes because I need to get information that I didn't write down during the stream. I have to listen for it or pull it out of the chat, and so I have to watch to that point in the chat. It's just a thing. It's not like I'm going back and rewatching my chat for hiking the numbers. That doesn't work for me. It counts as a view, but it doesn't count as time watched. I can't watch my own stuff and get hours watched out of it. Which, that reminds me, what's that stat at right now? Let's see here. Earn. Refresh. 2,477 public watch hours in the last year. That means I am 523 hours over the span of a year away from being able to get memberships, supers, and shopping. And once I get shopping, I might be able to link the shopping to my Amazon. I'm not clear about that yet. And just send people directly to my books. So that might be useful. But there's the supers and the memberships, and some people are more comfortable doing memberships through YouTube than doing Patreon. And obviously I am streaming on YouTube. And so it is looked at differently by the YouTube community than supporting someone on like through Streamlabs and whatnot on Twitch. So once I get to that point where I have 3,000 hours watched over the course of a year, I might be able to get some more memberships and sort of improve that way. By then, I really do need to hammer out what is going on with the different tiers for my Patreon. That way I can set up a similar tier system through the membership. What the different rewards are and whatnot. Oops. Oh, another project that I've added to my pile of things that I wish to be able to accomplish sometime in the mythological future is figure out how to write a Discord bot. And more to the point, figure out where all that information is being stored and how to interact with it. Because I have a couple ideas for things that would go great on my Discord that I could just write as bots. If they behave the way I anticipate that they probably do. Including a game. But I just don't have the time to be able to dive into that right now. I've got so many other things that I want to accomplish, things that cycle through because availability of one aspect is no longer at the level that it was, and so I have to switch gears and do something else or whatever. So many different things going on all the time. But now on the pile is also writing a Discord bot. Well, learning how to write Discord bots. Also, hello monkey. In what way was your laptop broken, by the way? Like, did it give a message, or did it just not turn on, or what? Is the screen shattered? Did you let the magic smoke out? Because once you let the magic smoke out of a machine, ooh, that's the best. That's the death toll. That is the bell ringing the whole screen was shattered. Oh, magic smoke is when you have an electronic device that there is a short somewhere in the system, um, that, like for instance, fries your motherboard or fries your CPU. Usually the power will try to go through and it'll cause just enough of a current to burn something, and in the industry we call it letting out the magic smoke. If your screen is broken, most laptops have a port where you can plug in an actual monitor and use that monitor, just like use laptop as a computer and just work off of a monitor. So not all is lost. Also, it is often a lot cheaper to just take your computer to a shop and, hey, come back here, and have them replace the monitor than it is to just get a new computer. New screen, or monitor. A new screen is usually anywhere from about 80 to 200 bucks. Plus labor, let's say it's a huge amount of labor and say it's 100 bucks. That's $300 for getting your screen to work. Whereas getting a whole new laptop, unless you're in the market for a whole new laptop and you want to have a huge upgrade, it's gonna be way more than 300 bucks for sure. Really old and doesn't work. Rip. Another alternative is, and I'm going to probably be taking advantage of this too, is Black Friday is just like a week and a half away, something like that. You might be able to just snag a new working monitor, and those are only a couple $100 too. If you don't need to take your laptop anywhere, if your laptop is just simply your computer at home, then there's no harm in just setting it up permanently and hooking up your monitor to it. You might be able to just get a monitor for Black Friday or Cyber Monday or whatever. Cyber Monday is probably the better one, because you can just have it delivered to you. But that is an option. Get a new monitor and use that instead of just getting a whole computer. Because if the computer works fine for your purposes, there's no point in spending a couple grand on a laptop when all you need is a couple hundred for a screen. Ouch. The biggest issue with taking your computer to a shop to get it to get the screen replaced is waiting for the delivery of the replacement screen. Because I will tell you from my experience, it's impossible, literally impossible, to keep all the screens on hand that you would need to repair every kind of laptop that's going to come through. You just can't do it. So what you have to do is you keep some of the standard ones on hand as a shop, and then when a screen needs to be replaced, you immediately order it and you get that screen in. And what I would do is, if I ordered a screen, I would order 2 of that screen. That way, if that same screen came back in, I wouldn't have to order that next one. I would already have it and I would be able to just fix it. And then I would reorder it. But if that same source screen didn't come back in, then at least I had the one for spares. It made my life so much easier because I was able to identify screens, and this is just business information. It has nothing to do with your situation. I'm just remembering. But it made it so that I could start identifying other screen types that were more common than I thought they were, and so I could keep more on hand, and I was able to cycle through a repair job for a screen faster than anything. Sometimes the harder part getting my hands on the what's that little regulator bar called? There's a bar that regulates the power between the computer and the screen so that it's at the correct power frame rate. Bother, I don't remember what it's called. Sometimes that was the hard part to get, and those were almost as annoying as the screens sometimes, but having the screen was just an ace up the sleeve. And very often when you ordered the screen, it came with its own little adapter bar thing. So if you can get it on, it is so laggy. Well, maybe it's time for you to just get a new laptop then. But I was just giving you some suggestions for if your laptop just works okay enough. Sometimes there isn't a need to get a whole new laptop. You can just replace the single part at a shop, or you can just get a screen and plug the screen in. What's all this? Oh, someone has reached a 100-day streak. Or 180-day streak, I'm sorry. There's people with like pushing 1,000-day streak. Heck, I'm at streak 479 days. Oops, I didn't want to open that, please. No, minimize, go away. I didn't click on that part of the screen and you know it. A 1,000 sounds like an awful lot, but it's only 3 years. It's less than 3 years, actually. 1,000 days is what, 2 years and 9 months, 2 years 8 months, something like that. I believe, let's see here, 365, I can just do this 365. There are, after the first year of streaks, because you get the 30-day, 60, 90, 180, and then you get 365, and then you get 730, and then it's 1,095 is 3 years. 4 years is 1,460. I've never seen anyone get that. You miss coffee? I mean, you could always take a thermos of coffee to work. Ooh, ouch. Oh, completely unrelated news. Anyone who is familiar with my situation knows that a few months ago, yeah, it's been almost 3 months at least since it happened, I somehow injured my left wrist to the point where I could not even remotely bend it forward. I could bend it back okay. I couldn't rotate it side to side, and I definitely could not bend it forward. Some sort of connective tissue issue has transpired with my hand. I have been generally babying it. It is in a brace. It is constantly in a brace, even when I'm sleeping. And just recently, after a couple of days ago, I think Saturday, I did my little exercises when I took it out of the brace. And I am able to go about 45 degrees. I'm looking at my other hand because right now my left hand's in my brace. But I can go about 45 degrees forward before any discomfort of any real magnitude begins. So it has been improving. It is a joyous thing. I definitely can't go picking stuff up without my wrist brace on. I can't, well, I can hardly do anything that I'm used to doing, but it is improving and it's getting better. I am very pleased with the progress. I am so glad I found the wrist brace that I did, because this has been exactly what I've needed. Do I know what happened to my hand? Not a clue. But is this helping? Absolutely. So that's a piece of good news. Oops. Oh, other news. As most of you are probably familiar, I start my streams by saying hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. Just on accident, I was looking up the game Space Trash, or Space Trash something or other, Space Trash Collector, I don't know, on Steam, and I typed Space TRA, and there in the autocomplete were two options that included the word Space Traveler, and I thought, oh, there's a game called Space Travel, let's see here, Library. Scroll all the way down. No, no, no. It's a demo game that has the phrase space travel or space traveler in it. And it looks kind of interesting. And it seems the sort of thing that I would definitely want to at least look into. And then there's another game that's called Space Travel Idle. And I was stupendously intrigued because the premise is those long-term idle games where you're not meant to be doing rapid clicking and jumping the gun and trying to prestige as fast as possible. The idle games where you're supposed to just gradually and slowly get your supplies and progress at the right time and at the comfortable pace that the game is designed for. It's not meant for speed running. It's meant for just, you know, idling. And it seemed like it was right up my alley. And then I started looking at the reviews. And boy, are there lots of negative reviews. A lot of them are people complaining about how it's very easy to accidentally jump the gun and get stuck somewhere, so that you have to completely wipe and reset your save game and stuff like that, and that's a problem for impatient people. But there, amongst all the rest of them, was one comment that has made me not install it. And it's probably unfounded. It's probably someone who doesn't know anything about what they're talking about, or doesn't actually know computer stuff and is just trying to sound like they do. But they are saying that the game sends some data to a mystery VPN, and also that it uses an extraordinary amount of processing time and processing power for such a small game, and that once it is installed and run, it is virtually impossible to properly uninstall. And all of this sounds to me like it is a game that is trying to hide the fact that it's like a Bitcoin miner. Which is so sad, because it's Space Traveler Idle. It's space travel and idle, two of my things merged into one, with all these negatives that make me go, I don't know if I can trust that. So I'm so sad. But I am going to be looking into the other Space Traveler game. It is a demo for something that is probably going to be stuck in alpha until it never gets finished. But we'll see. However, there are aspects of it that I can at least use for things, including the animations for taking off and landing on planets, space flight, and things like that. And I'm just intrigued by what I saw of it, except for the dogfights. I don't like 6 Degrees of Freedom dogfights in space. I rather hate it. I didn't mind doing the puzzles in Descent, but once it started getting to the point where I was having to fight the things in three-dimensional space with all the rotation and all that kind of stuff, I hated it. It's not that I can't do it, I just don't want to. So that aspect of it doesn't look all that appealing to me, but the rest of the game looks great, but it's just a demo. And I've talked many times in the past about the whole early access and demo and getting into games in their alpha stage and disappointments with that. But I'm going to give this one a try. I'm going to download it maybe tonight. Who knows? I'm going to see what there is of it. Oops. And see if there's anything that I can do with it to even add just a smidge of content to my channel, because I think that would be neat. It's very, very on brand for me to have something that has the word Space Traveler in the title. I can't ignore that. So it is something that I'm going to be looking into. Oh, overshot. What's this? Oh, you broke your hand so bad that it made you not want to, not able to play Minecraft. Oh. See, if I did that, I would start watching Minecraft vicariously through Minecraft YouTubers and maybe Twitch streamers, but mostly YouTubers. Oh, on the subject of streaming, I have remembered recently that you can stream to Steam. You can stream Steam games to Steam. And I don't know if that happens, if you can do that through Streamlabs, or if that is strictly through Steam itself. But I'm going to look into it, and if it is something that you can do through Streamlabs, then that might be viable for me to stream non-Minecraft games dual streaming, because I know Twitch no longer allows multi-streaming, and that's what made me go, well, I'm never going to need to get Streamlabs Ultra. And if that's the case, if they don't allow multi-streaming, then there's no point, 0 point in me getting Streamlabs Ultra, because I really only would want to stream YouTube and Twitch. And now Twitch says no, so I just ignored the possibility of other things, because I don't have a Facebook. I'm not going to stream to Facebook. There are other platforms that it says. I have no idea what those are. Maybe they have a community that might be worth me looking into. I don't know. Don't know yet. But if Streamlabs is a way to stream through Steam, then that might renew my interest in looking into Streamlabs Ultra so that I can multi-stream that way. because multi-streaming is literally the only thing that I want out of Streamlabs that I would have to pay for. But even then, before I would start paying through the nose for it, I would have to actually have some justification that I would be able to get an audience, so I'm going to have to start researching that. For me, when it comes to Minecraft, there are two kinds of practice building that I do. One is I try to see what something looks like. And then another one is I try to see how annoying it is to build if I don't have fly. Like for projects that I'm going to be doing strictly in survival where I don't have fly, like on a single player or whatever, I might have the grandest idea for how something would look, but if it's too inconvenient to build it without fly, then I can find out by testing and change my plan accordingly. But not having any access to computer at all to do test building, even if you're not on Performium, ouch. There is a Minecraft app for your phone, I think. So you can maybe scratch some of your Minecraft itch that way. I don't know, I have a dinosaur phone. I have an old flip phone. Well, it's not old, it's old style. If it was one of my old flip phones, it would probably work just fine. Those Nokias never died. The only reason I stopped using them is because they were incompatible with the SIM cards that are on my new plan. I ended up selling my old Nokias. Probably a bad idea. I will say, I miss playing Snake a little bit. Just a smidge. So this is the last 3 rings, so this is solid. Yes, okay, cool. I will say this, in 2 weeks' time, I have a very solid plan for when that claim goes unclaimed, if it is going to. I have like a whole stream planned out. Yeah, there's only 2 people on. There's me and Verania. Oh, wait, nope, Verania logged off. Since last time I saw. It's just me! Such a busy server. What really cracks me up, by the way, speaking of busy server, is Performium very proudly and rightly so posted that they went through all the rigmarole to be added to the official Minecraft servers list. So that means, actually, there should be 6. There we go. They haven't done it, actually. Nope. They haven't added it to the list. There is an additional place to vote on the official Mojang Minecraft servers list. And I have not seen more than 450 or 500 people on at any given time since they made the announcement. I feel bad about that. I feel bad that they have put themselves in such a position that they have lost so many thousands of regular players. But I'm here, and I'm enjoying my build. And that's all that really matters, right? Okay. Wow. Making progress. Why does the slot that my shulker is in look the way it does? It's because something about my resource packs has that slot reserved for like a ring or something, but I don't know what exactly. That is a resource pack thing. It might... No, it's not Mr. Chibi's MMO. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember which one does it. Is what black coffee? And what do I mean business line? Wait, what? Did you accidentally rewind? I was talking about coffee a long time ago. We were talking about coffee and cocoa. Actually, I did say that I was drinking some coffee, but that was still some time ago. Did you rewind? That's crazy. That went right through him. Or is there something else going on in chat that's not showing up on my end? Hold on, I must know. Announcements. Come over here. Please don't start auto-playing. Come on, bring up the chat. No, you're not responding to anyone. Or are your chats significantly delayed? Maybe that's what's going on. Oh, yeah. You're talking about things. You hit rewind on my stream somehow. Boy, that's going to be a small adventure when you catch back up. "25 years. Yeah, that's when I was talking about my phone. Surely my stream isn't that far delayed. It's gonna take them quite a while to get back if they don't actually realize. Oops. You are 44 minutes back. Ah, that's great. That brings joy. Ah. At least I recognized that you were responding to conversations from the past. Which makes me wonder, you were responding on time during some of the conversation about the computer being broken. So you must have just accidentally clicked somewhat recently. And don't feel bad about that. It's just a thing. Made me happy. It was a great mystery for us to solve. Oh yeah, that's right. They're on the phone. You can accidentally touch that scroll bar just by looking at it sideways. All right, speaking of coffee, by the way, taking a drink. I haven't had to race to the bathroom yet, but I'm sure it'll happen. Although I don't know. It's 11. So I might be able to hold out until the end of the stream. Well, oh, stupid block. We'll see. It's not like I'm trying to hold out. Ah. Now you want to know what I was saying when you were in the past? Well, it looks like you're gonna have to rewatch. I'm totally not saying that so I can get more view time on my stream either. Which I don't know how accurate it was, but a little bit ago, Streamlabs said that I had 8 concurrent viewers. That was exciting. I can't wait till one day when I see 10 up there. That will be a day of celebration. I think you can set it to watch it at twice the speed. That way you can catch up in half the time. And then the parts where there's no talking happening, you can just, you know, go skip, skip, skip. Because I'm sure there's 5-second intervals of no talking. A lot of the time, near the end, a lot of the time when you were back in time, I was talking about how you were back in time, so you were the feature presentation. Oh, on the subject of things that I could stream, back before my trip to the ER, one of the games that I was streaming every week was, I think on Tuesdays, it was Star Explorers. And it was part of my Explorer Tuesdays, and there's yeah, Star Explorers, and I realized that I had begun a project on that I was generally enjoying, but I have since then discovered that it is possible that I may likely never achieve my objective. Which, I mean, that would be a great opportunity for just have another stream where I can just ramble about whatever I want and just have some gameplay going on while I'm rambling. But knowing that there is no objective, no possible objective, or knowing that it's unlikely that the objective is going to work, definitely disincentivized me to keep playing that game, sadly. It's a great game. There's a lot lacking in it, though. A lot of replayability is lacking. I was artificially inflating the replayability of it by giving myself a challenge to achieve, and the dev said it's probably not even likely to happen, especially on one map. I would definitely have to play the game many times, not just a few. The word many was used in order to do what I was hoping to do. And one of the things that I was trying to do was visit a version of every type of planet possible. And what I mean by that is there were certain conditions that determined the different planets. There was the soil composition, the surface liquid composition, and the general temperature composition. And also whether or not there was life. And these things came together to make a unique planet. And I was trying to visit all of the different possible types of unique planets. And I had a spreadsheet and a lot of scribblings in a notebook and all that kind of stuff. And since I last time did that project months ago, I've heard from the dev of the game that that it is not reliable to try to do what I was wanting to do, and certainly not on a single map. I would have to restart the game so many times that it would start to become too monotonous. I do not know how to advise you with the Roblox thing. I never have, nor likely ever will, play Roblox. And not because I think it's a trash game or anything like that. Some people, oh, it's not Minecraft, whatever. A game is a game. I've played terrible, awful games that were very fun. At least for me. No, I will probably not ever play Roblox because I already have enough time vampires in my life. And I am afraid to introduce myself to any more. I don't want to force myself to start new projects unless it's a valuable to me project. And I am afraid that if I were to try Roblox, for instance, I would find some facet of it that would enthrall me enough to make me want to start a new project with Roblox. And I already don't have enough time to do all the projects that I have already started. I did get about 600 words written today, though, so that's something. 584, 83, something like that. You keep checking to see if you're back in time. Gonna go back in time. Oh, I haven't watched Back to the Future in so long. Oh, which reminds me also, I very enjoyably watched Groundhog Day during Halloween. Now I just had to wait for Groundhog's Day to watch Halloween. Oh yeah, speaking of time sinks. Let's see here. Click on that. And then do these things and then get this. And there we go. I hadn't checked my pin incremental for a while. I had some investors to distribute. I'm making some significant progress on pin incremental. I am almost at the point where the bottom 3 tiers are 100% automated. Like forever. So that's kind of nice. I've begun saving my wizard mana for the last item to help me fully automate the 3rd from the bottom tier. Feels good, man. '70s house? You must show me screenshots if you have some. Oh, I have an interned eyelash. That's just grand. I have been launching my Fallout shelter long enough to do the catch up and busy work, either receive the questers or do the quest and send them back home, or send them out or whatever. And then I spend a little bit of time shuffling around whoever I'm training and making sure everyone is named properly. I have now got enough dwellers pending outside the door that when I am ready to go up to 60 vault dwellers, I'm at 55 or 56 or something like that. I can just do it all at once. But I'm not quite ready to up it just yet. So I want to get what dwellers I have trained up to the point where I am satisfied. Especially because now I can start training for charisma and luck. And then I will go ahead and push for 60, so I can start getting the death claws I'm starting to get the rad scorpions already, and that's just fun. They can, man, they can cause a lot of problems. Right now, one of my main goals on Fallout Shelter, one of my main criteria before I am comfortable enough to say, yes, this is the point where I can for sure start making more growth, is I want to get all of my Vault Dwellers, all of them, to have a weapon that's at least 15 damage. Every single one. Until then, I'm not going to be satisfied. I have so many that have the 6 damage starting, or 8 or whatever. And if I'm going to have to start dealing with red scorpions and death claws, I need more damage, especially in the first few rooms. The first room, the power room, I think everyone is 17 damage and above. But even that, I could do with a little bit more growth. The front room, especially because I'm going to be dealing with death claws, I want everyone to be 20 or 22 damage and up. So I am not eager to advance, and so what I'm doing is mostly just training and crafting. I did get a dog recently that increases the health by something outrageous, like 41% or something like that. I put it on someone in my main power room, the front room, because 41% extra health, that can help you survive a death claw. And the other dog I have in there is it helps with healing speed, I think. I'd have to look, and I'm not going to right now. But that sounds right. It feels right. I think it's healing speed. The next room that I can purchase when I get to 60 dwellers is going to be the nuclear power plant. And I don't know how much different that's going to make things, but I have a spot designated for it already, so that when I do transition over to it, I don't have to worry about it, and I can just go ahead and transfer some of my guys that are in a regular power plant directly to the new room, delete the old power plant, and then prepare to replace that with the next upgraded room of what I think, the water or the food. I don't know what's next after that. Good night, monkey. Sleep well, monkey. So I think tomorrow I'm going to work on the data pack thing. I'm just going to finish off these squares. Boop, boop, boop. No point going around just for one. And boop, boop, boop. There we go. I'm going to work on the data pack thing. The aspect of it that involves the preparation for refugee to regent, I don't think I necessarily need to be doing that on stream or anything. A lot of that's just going to be typing stuff up and doing some planning. But there is another data pack that I want to try to add. I will first have to see if adding it really tanks things or if it makes little difference. If it makes little difference, I'm going to be absolutely thrilled. It is the Starlight Fragment thing. Because what I want to do with the Refugee to Regent challenge is after I get to the point where I can start using technologies, I want to have a city dedicated to each of the different kinds of extra tech. Or not necessarily city, they're called outliers. Settlements, whatever, outposts, however you want to look at it. One of them is going to be dedicated toward being a space dock. One of them is going to be dedicated toward going to the other side. One of them is going to be dedicated toward mechanization. And that mechanization one, I'm going to be having the race that is associated with it be like cyborgs. And that's one of the things that I'm going to do with this attempt at Refugee to Regent that I haven't done really in the past, at least wholesale, is the different settlements. Many of them are going to be different races: dwarves, cyborg, elves, orcs, whatever. I'm going to have a different general color and block theme for each of the outliers. I'm going to try to make it as presentable as possible, and try to give myself some storytelling that I can look forward to. I'm gonna have to test on the expansion. I'm gonna have to test and see what is viable for the different dimensions, as far as what I can bring to them, what resources are going to be available on them, and what I can do on them. For instance, I know that I can make an oxygen dome on the moon, and I and things will not be deprived of oxygen whilst under the dome. But if I go to, say, Venus, where it is particularly hot, I don't know if this terraforming dome thing also manages the temperature, and so I don't know if it's going to kill the animals. So I'm actually going to have to do a little bit of testing for the expansion. But I don't know if I want to do that and interrupt my testing for the new in town yet. We'll see. But I'm very strongly leaning toward doing the data pack testing for tomorrow's stream. Once all the testing is done, I have decided for sure I'm not just going to shelf all the data packs. I'm not going to say, all right, well, these all work. I'm ready for when and if I ever get enough money coming in from Patreon to be able to afford to get a server going. Instead, I'm going to keep the ball rolling and start the Refugee to Regent project. So I am absolutely thrilled to be able to implement that challenge again. It feels like, oddly enough, it feels like a weight has been lifted. Like I was, I don't know, maybe avoiding it or something this whole time because I didn't feel like I could justify doing it because I had started all those other projects with the previous streams. And then I've been feeling like, oh, well, if I'm going to do something, I need to finish those projects. I need to finish the Sky Factory 4 series, and I need to do more Skyrim, and I need to do more Star Explorers and stuff like that. But while I do enjoy all those things, I have to ask myself, what do I want to do? Because that's what I'm going to be making myself get stuck doing. I want to stick to the projects that I will enjoy and get the most out of. So I'm going to start filling my time with those projects, and then any other time I can inject other games into from time to time. Like once a week for sure, like Thursday or whatever, I will be doing like Silverfall or Van Helsing or some other RPG game. And then over the weekends, sometimes I will be doing some streams, and those will typically not be Minecraft because I do want to mix things up. I own literally hundreds or thousands of games, and so it feels good to be able to use the ones, especially the ones that I particularly enjoy. So I'm not going to ignore them, but I do want to start focusing on the ones that I like the most first. And Minecraft is at the tippy top of the list, followed closely by things like Skyrim. But specifically when it comes to Minecraft, while I do love building, I like doing adventures and challenges and quests and things a lot more. The building is nice. It's a great creative outlet. But unless I can use tools like World Edit, doing builds at the size and scale that I really want to do them turns into, well, this. One block at a time. And yes, you can see that I'm making nice progress on it. And definitely within the next year, this will be completely finished. But if I had world edit, this would have been a one-day project. And then I could have built the Menger Sponge in a day, or assembled it, and then use my actual brain space time for, I don't know, building the mazes that I originally wanted to fill this with, and that sort of thing. I'm unlikely to do the mazes and museums and stuff like that because low population server, but that won't stop me from building the monolithic structure itself. It just means that I have a sooner stopping point, and I will be able to, once this project is done, I will be able to dedicate the time that I was spending on this on other things. So in a way, by lowering the population of this server, it did make some of my building tasks simpler. Oh, that's probably the same freaking eyelash. Stupid sabotaging body. There we go. I did have an idea for questing for my Refugee to Regent series. If I can't get something to work the way I anticipate that it probably works, if I am misunderstanding some of the way some of the questing plugins operate, then I have another solution that I am already set up to just implement. And it is adventure driving, it is exploration driving, and it's right up my alley. And what it is I am just going to write a script that will, on ever expanding parameters, it will give me random coordinates to try to get to. Is there going to be anything there necessarily? Oh, maybe. Who knows? And the coordinates aren't even going to always be above ground. Some of them will be underground. And so I'll get to a destination and then I'll have to start digging around. So I'm giving myself an opportunity for adventure tasks. Will there be an in-game reward for the quest? No. Unless there's something at that destination or along the way that's of some value to me. But at least it'll give me, if not more content, it'll give me more tasks. Because I do like to look at the world. Why have an entire world if you don't get to see it? Like this, all you get to see around here is this cube now. Maybe the top of that tree. But this is already a teeny tiny world anyways. It's 20,001 by 20,001. It's only 400 million square blocks. It's a tiny little world. Little baby world. Come to think of it, the surface area of this entire map that I'm playing on Wild, 400 million square blocks. If I were to take all the blocks that are going to go into this structure here, all 3.2 million of them, that is almost 1% of the entire world. If I were to place them over the world, I could fill 1% of this entire map. 1% is huge on that sort of scale. But I would be able to just outright cover 1% of the map with this project if I laid it out squished. Hello, Razor Gaming. Welcome to my channel. What did I do? Oh, I hit F. I am playing Minecraft on a public server called Performium. You can join. It is mc.performium.net. I am building a gigantic Menger Sponge, a 3.2 million block monolith made of chiseled deep slate, because I determined that chiseled deep slate of all the different blocks in the game is the one that itself looks almost like a small version of a Menger Sponge. And so that was my determining factor. So this whole thing, all 3.2 million blocks of it, is chiseled deep slate. And this is one of many projects that I have going. I'm also building the city Undercity from World of Warcraft, full scale, in survival, on this same world, elsewhere. But that's not all that's going on my channel. I've got lots of streams, at least 4 streams a week. Most of them about 4 or so hours. Some getting in the realm of 5 or 6 hours. I play lots of different video games. I lean heavy into Minecraft. And I talk about whatever comes up. And I listen to chill music while I'm playing. Oops. Let's see here. I'm trying to remember if there was anything else that I had intended on talking about during the stream when I started it that I may have neglected due to distraction. I talked about the sequence. I talked about the stories, the player-driven story or the viewer-driven story series. Talked about Refugee to Regent. Oh, there's one aspect of Refugee to Regent that I did not mention that I thought was absolutely delightful. Way back in the day, a few people on YouTube or Twitch tried to do the Refugee to Regent challenge. Tried. Myself included. And for one reason or another. No one's gotten past the gold stage. And that, while that's unfortunate, what it means is there's just a few people that have put up enough content that got the attention of the creator of the Refugee to Region Challenge's attention. And so on the wiki, at the bottom of the page, of the front page for the challenge, as it currently exists, there's a list of 3 YouTube channels and 1 Twitch streamer that have attempted the Refugee to Regent Challenge. The Twitch streamer, interestingly enough, was one of the people that was playing with me while I was also doing the challenge. And so there at the very bottom of the page, much to my surprise, I find Thorn of Night. And the other person, the Angel Face, I believe. So that was an interesting discovery. Just scrolling around on a page doing research for something and finding my name. I guess I could just go ahead and do a sort of a rundown of what the challenge entails. A little bit broader strokes than what I did before. As I mentioned, you start off not being able to use tools. You build a house out of dirt or mud or clay or whatever you can get your hands on. You're not allowed to use wood or wood tools, with the exception of if you need to make a crafting table or you need to make a furnace, which also will need the crafting table. The furnace is useful for obviously making the torches. But other than the very basic necessities, you're not allowed to use tools or things that are beyond your stage. So stage 1 is the dirt hovel stage, and it is, you're just trying to get a foothold. You don't really have the time to do fancy stuff. It's just getting started. Make a box house. Then, once you've gotten established, and you've met all the criteria for the wood stage, or for the dirt stage, you move on to the wood stage. You can start making wooden tools and using wood stuff. You can start building using wood, and you can start using doors and beds and stuff like that. And it's a lot easier of a time. You can make a bed, I think, in the dirt hovel stage, but it is suggested that you just find a villager bed and use it. But once you meet the criteria, you have enough stockpiles and you've built the required buildings and rooms for your estate and things like that for the wood settlement stage, you move on to the stone stage. In the stone stage, you cannot go below Y level 30, and if you are underground at any time, you must be wearing a leather helmet. As a matter of fact, I think in the stone stage you must be wearing at least all leather all the time. In the wood stage you must at least have a leather helmet if you are going to go underground, and you can only go a little bit underground. But in the stone stage you can go no lower than Y level 30. And you have at your disposal the ability to build anything that's stone or glass or sandstone or anything like that. So, okay, yeah, I did that right. And then you meet the criteria for the stone stage. You build all the buildings, and then the very last thing you do is you pick a new spot to make what's called an outlier. Now, the objective of the Refugee to Regent challenge is to build a kingdom. A kingdom of lots of cities and city-states. All interconnected by roads and flyways and rails and stuff like that. And as you go through the challenge, you are going to be building for each stage more and more of these outliers that are going to be as big or as little as they need to be, but they are going to suggested they're going to be turning into cities of their own. And everything will be interconnected to your main capital city. So finally, you finish with the stone stage. You picked a spot for your outlier. Now you get to move on finally to the iron stage. You can start using iron tools, you can use a bucket, you can use iron bars, you can obviously use iron armor, and you must be wearing iron armor minimum. Any iron tools that you've found previously, you can start using them, enchanted or otherwise. Because up to this point, you can find stuff and store it away, but you can't use it unless it is stage appropriate. Can't use beyond stone during the stone stage. Can't use beyond iron during the iron stage. And can't use beyond your fist for the dirt stage. I think the one exception for the dirt stage is you are also allowed to craft a hoe, a wooden hoe. But anyway, you get to the iron stage, you continue building up your city to meet the requirements for the different buildings and structures and categories of things. And then, before you can move on to the next stage, you also have to build up, at least to a reasonable amount, that outlier that you had. It doesn't have to, in that same stage, be connected by a road yet, but it does have to be connected by a road during the next stage. So as you are building your main capital city, which is eventually going to end up gigantic, you can't start small and hope to, or well, you start small, but you can't hope to stay within a small space. And going vertically, you've got to have a really good computer if you're going to do that. I am thinking about having a vertical city, and if I do, there's going to be no item frames, and it's all going to be barrels, no chests. That way I can limit the entity lag. But anyway, you build your city up, and then you build up your outliers to the level that they ought to be, and you pick the spot for your next outlier or outliers. And you keep doing this for all the different stages. And then eventually you get to this one stage called the glowstone stage, where you finally breach into the nether. You start a city in the nether. Oops. You connect either the outpost or the outlier for the nether portal in the overworld to your main city, or it is already in your main city. Oh, I don't have space for that. Oh, well, PV this, and then go home warehouse. I need to make some more of this to counteract what I have yoinked. But for right now, I'll just use this. Anyway. After you do the nether, and then at least I think one other stage, you can start working toward the end. And then once you defeat the end dragon, you can start building your end city. And all the while, during all of this, all of your other cities and stuff have to be maintained and upkept and added to, and it is... Oh, this is the first tier, so you get the whole thing. That's right. Now, after the gold stage, or after the iron stage, is the gold stage, I believe. I believe it goes iron, and then gold, and then redstone. As a matter of fact, I can just look that up now. Refugee, this one. Iron, yeah, iron and then gold. At the lapis stage, you can start using enchantments and stuff, and then at the emerald stage, by then you have started, you've gone to the nether and you can start using potions and whatnot. But as you're going through all of this, you're also building like lore alongside all of your structures. There's deities, there's countesses and barons, and there's crime bosses and stuff like this. Bandit camps and slumlords and different things. And the challenge is, honestly, it is well designed for people who want to tell a story. And I want to tell a story. So I'm going to be not only using this as a series, but I'm going to try to design it in such a way that I can maybe get a book out of it. We'll see. Wouldn't that be cool? A book based on my Minecraft adventures. In-game, but not necessarily mentioning Minecraft per se. Just based on Minecraft. That'd be kind of fun. But with the addition of all the vanilla stuff in the Refugee Regent, there's the new in town. And what I want to do is pace the Refugee to Regent challenge with progression in New in Town. And then I also need to add in, all the stuff that's from the newer versions of the game. The Skulk area, and then that Skulk dimension, that's going to get its own little section. Oops. And then once I finish the end, I will be able to justify including the expansion and going into space. And starting my colonies and stuff, my outliers, on other worlds. So I have a lot of different plans that I am wrapping around this sort of, I won't say singular task, but it is a single task of doing the Refugee to Regent challenge. And I'm hoping that by doing it solo this time, I will be able to avoid the pitfalls that happened in the past, where I would try to pace things out and match progress with other people, or do my progress in between other projects, because I was starting to do the Refugee to Regent challenge. I'd gotten to the stone stage on my server, the Refuge, and if I had just been focusing on Refugee to Regent on there, I'm sure I would have gotten hugely far. But instead, 90% of my time was spent building the server, making the quests, designing the custom biomes, and trying to make the server a more fun place for people who wanted to have some adventure. And the few people who did participate liked it, but that only went so far. And then, as often happens with many people, life just happens. And so I kind of just let that one fall by the wayside. Before that, it was with other people, and I got to the end of the Iron Stage, and we had picked the place or places for the next outliers, and then we were never able to start the gold stage. I don't remember exactly why. Then before that, access to the world that it was on, the server that it was on, disappeared. So I couldn't even get the backup copy of the file to continue it in solo. So I'm hoping that by removing the external elements as much as possible, I can make it further into the challenge. Because when I've done the challenge solo before, I've made it to the Nether Star Imperium, where you've done all the things. You've got a colony, a full-fledged colony in the end, and the Nether, and in like 10 different biomes, and all kinds of stuff, and you're spanning tens of kilometers, and you're just everywhere. I've done that challenge. I enjoy it. I love it. It has a warm, special place in my fuzzy little heart, and so I want to recapture that feel, but I also want to complete the task. And I feel that the progress of that sort of a thing would be pretty nice for a stream, especially if each of my towns is going to have a different theme and be a different race or whatever. Like elves here, and dwarves there, cyborgs in this one, and I don't know, rock people. I don't know. I'll come up with stuff. But I have a very strong desire to push forward with this because I feel like I can get a lot out of it. Not only streaming content, but also potentially writing content and, you know, enjoyment. Just enjoyment. Fun. Alright, now these areas here need to get double torched. So PB2. Let's do this. The reason these need to get double torched is because in those little spaces there, where all 8 of these sections are lit, 2 corners is not enough to lighten all of the edges, and so I need to have all 4. For the ones where it's the little interior gaps, like in here, 2 torches is enough to light that section and that section there and this whole section here. And so, since this is another exposed ring of 8, I need to have light all the way around. Because I don't want things spawning on people's heads. The one visitor that I'll ever get. But yeah, I have some plans for the Refugee to Regent Challenge, and over the next couple weeks I'm going to be merging all of the information that I have about the different versions of the challenge, including my own notes from the past, into one cohesive challenge. Then I will be adding into the appropriate places the steps that I feel are going to be justified along the way for the New in Town data pack and its expansion to the other dimensions, and for the expansion data pack, going to space and all that, and for the other side, going to the Skulk dimension. I want to do right by the challenge, and so I'm going to put a little bit of thought into it and try to make it as fleshed out as I can. Thankfully, there was a lot more storyline, let's say, with the original challenge, which I still have the notes for, than there is for the information that's available on the current wiki. So I have that minor advantage going for me. I'm very happy that that's the case. All right, PV2. And then do that. There we go. So that brings me to midnight. It is 4.5 hours of this stream. I have gotten quite a bit done today. Very happy with the progress, in fact. I think, what is it? There's either 6 or 9 levels. I don't remember where I started, but we're here. You can see some definite progress. And this is where I'm going to wrap things up. So, thank you ever so very much for watching, hanging out, chatting, spending time, asking questions, and participating otherwise. I appreciate the company, and I hope that you enjoy the content, such as it is. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, please leave them in the comment section below, or you can message me on my Discord. I have a link to the Discord down in the description below. If you want to join the Discord, all you have to do is pick a role. Also, down in the description, I have links to my Patreon and Streamlabs if you feel that my channel and my streams and content are worth investing a buck or two to, then you can use those links to say thank you in a more financial way. Or if all you can do is just like and subscribe, that's great too. In fact, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. I'm getting ever so close to 2,000 subscribers, and I'm very excited to breach that wall. Additionally, I have a lot of planned content coming, so if you do like this sort of thing, then subscribing and ringing the bell and all that should let you know when I am live and when I have uploaded a video. But just in case it doesn't, I have an announcement automated on my Discord channel, so that's another reason to join the Discord, if for no other reason than to just get the information about when I'm streaming and when I have something uploaded or when I've published something. So I believe that's basically it. So let me come over here, clear this out. This has been a nice, lovely 4.5 hours of progress toward the Menger Sponge, the Tier 5 Menger Sponge, 3.2 million blocks. On the Wild SMP, on the Performium network at mc.performium.net, and you too can join and play along if you wish. I am on here at least a few times a week, streaming for sure. So do come in and pay a visit. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go. This has been a delightful Monday evening for me, and I'm glad to have had you along. Thank you ever so very much for spending time and watching and hanging out. This is Thorn of Night, and I will talk to you later.